evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. Looks like everything's coming in. And I fixed the issue with the channel points yesterday. I don't know what was causing it, but restarting my computer fixed it. Let's double check and make sure it's working.
Wow, he really needs to learn how to dodge.
Yeah, I know. Still working on that.
Wow, he really needs to learn how to dodge.
Yeah, I know. Still working on that.
Okay. Well, there's definitely something I still need to fix. Because I can see the sound playing, like I can see my actual audio going up, but I'm not hearing it on my end. Yeah, it was just like yesterday it was the sound effects that weren't working. So the waifu thing was working. I don't know if you heard like the little giggle that happens right as you do it, but it was essentially all the sounds that were muted. And I mean, as far as I can tell, they're working now. I guess just let me know if you actually hear it.
Why didn't you die?
Because I can see it on the volume bar in my OBS, but I'm not hearing it. So that's still something I need to mess with. But anyway, as long as you guys can hear it, that's basically what it was for. I just need to tweak it some more to get it so that it actually comes in on my end too. But we are back, and we're going to continue Lost Odyssey. I think when we left off last time, we were in the little village. We still had to explore some more of it and find out what we were actually supposed to do. Yeah, that's probably all it is, just something like that. Well, like I said, as long as you guys can hear it, that's the main effect of it. I mean, it's a channel point reward. And I'll go over it again to get it to work 100% after stream. Okay, Tosca. That's the village that we're in. I think we were avoiding going into the inn because that sounded like it was going to push story. We're still exploring. Can't go that way. I think I may have already checked everywhere and done everything outside that I can. Yeah, I guess let's go in the end.
I'll go speak with the king. We've never met, but I've heard he's very wise. I'm confident that he has a ship that can get us past the hypercurrents.
Wow, that hit the spot. You know, I'm finally starting to feel at home. No?
Are you even listening to me?
There's a time and place for that stuff, and this is neither. Tell me, is it really true you can't drink?
Yes.
That is so sad. But you're a queen. I mean, don't you have wine or champagne at parties or banquets, hangings, any festive thing like that?
No.
Well, look it. Nobody knows us here. Come on, just give it a try. I guarantee you'll like it. Really. It won't kill you, I promise. In fact, I bet if you take a couple drinks, you might get your memory back. Yeah, it relaxes the mind and other things.
You think so?
Absolutely. Hey, look at me. You're talking to Jansen here. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
What? You don't like the cheap stuff?
No, it's just I've never tasted anything like it before.
You don't have to force yourself to drink it.
No, I want my memory back. If there's any chance this will help, I'll manage to drink it.
Wow, that good. Are you, okay?
Ooh, I feel very lightheaded all of a sudden. It's affecting me like you said it would. Oh, your muscles
Yeah,
are
well-
so...
Hey, oh! Oh, no.
I guess 1,000 years of not drinking makes you a super lightweight.
You know, you're cute when you're asleep.
Jansen!
Ah! What? Oh!
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Well, we was having a serious discussion about, you know, what's going to happen next. And planning.
Happen next?
Yeah. You know, she's going to talk to the king and get us a ship, because yours can't float where the... You know, after all, Goats has got the most advanced technology around. We figure we get a more seaworthy ship from him. Instead of that, you know... What?
All right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. But don't try any funny business with Ming.
Yeah, well, I'm looking out for her too, you know. I mean, look how restful she looks right now.
Nah, I probably should just in case. Why do they worship these little things? Ready to deal about you from my mother and father. Please make yourself at home. You're coming, Kime. Toast for the well-being of our village's savior. Great to see you here, Kime. Everyone's just delighted. Strange. Shouldn't Sarah be with you? I'm pleading right now. Please wait. Oh, it's you, Kime. Okay, so I'm guessing the last time he came here, he still had his wife or baby mama or whatever she was. Welcome, Kime. We're just a humble village, but I hope you enjoy yourself here. Welcome. How about a drink with us?
Hey, Kime! I heard you were back.
This place takes me back. And it looks like the years have been good to you.
Knock it off. I'm a bona fide old man now.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, you've aged really well.
Thanks, honey. Drink up. This is on the house.
Well, that is mighty nice. I don't mind if I do. Can I have that big, large mug over there?
I was only 7 when you saved the village, but I remember you as if it were yesterday. You were a hero to us kids back then.
Yeah? So, we're trying to get to Gotza.
Ah, forget it. The only way is through the Black Cave.
I heard it'd been closed off by some old sorceress.
There's nothing to be afraid of. We'll just bust our way through.
It's not that simple. Neither muscle nor magic have had any effect. Although adventurers with plenty of both have tried. My guess is that only that old sorceress can bust through the blockage. She's got some serious magic energy. Yep, she sure does.
Why don't we wait until she goes to the bathroom? Then we can, sneak by her.
Oh, it gets better. You know that place where you and Sarah lived? Well, that old sorceress has moved in.
Well then, we should go collect rent from her.
My house?
What? Hey, you don't even have a lease agreement?
We kept the place up after you and Sarah went away, so it'd be ready if you ever came back. But I'm afraid she's made a mess of it. Sorry.
Don't trouble yourself. It saves us the hassle of having to look for her.
That's a good point.
The only thing to do with squatters is run them out.
Well, I think you'll be okay. Just be careful, Kime.
We're off to kick some old woman's butt. That doesn't sound right.
You're not gonna go off and leave Ming like this, are you?
We'll head out there tomorrow morning.
What's that symbol on the map? Oh, it's a store. Let's see about weapons first. Don't I have one of those already? Yeah, I do. I want her. Alright, feel free to stay with us. You're always welcome here. So where am I supposed to go? Truth is, I was to be drafted into the Goat's army, but I slipped off my roof while I was fixing it, so they dismissed me as ineligible for battle. But I'm glad you're not going anywhere. I'll be all by myself without you. Uh-oh, more trauma. There is no way to keep the village from becoming a battlefield. Enemy forces have crossed the northern pass and made their camp close by. The home forces are here too, sending one unit after another into the village to resist the enemy's attack. The place is a powder keg. Ringed by mountains where two highways intersect, the village is a crucial focal point for transport. It cannot be allowed to fall into enemy hands, while its capture is essential to any hopes of the enemy might have for victory in the war. Long years of fighting have come down to this one major battle. It is a battle that must be waged. The logic is clear, simple, inevitable, and it will transform this tranquil village into a battlefield at any moment. The army has ordered the villagers to evacuate. Non-combatants can only get in the way. Enemy wants to settle this before the weather turns cold. So what does that mean? Another month? 2 weeks? Got your stuff packed? No sense getting caught in the middle and killed. Talk about dying for nothing. Better forget about taking any pots and pans with you. Pack as light as you can and get as far away as you can. Think of all the generations our ancestors guarded our houses and land. I hate to think it's going to turn into a wasteland when the fighting starts. Nothing we can do about it. It's just plain bad luck, that's all. But you have to hang in there till the war is over and come back when we find out who won. Main thing is to get out now. Right, that's all we can do. We've got to stay alive. Better not hope for anything more than that. Why the hell does this have to happen to us? The villagers leave a few at a time, beginning with the first ones to find temporary shelter. By the time the forest is slightly tinged with red, the village is practically deserted. The only ones left are old folks who live alone and have no one and no place to run to. The army has built a crude refugee camp for any evacuees able to cross several mountains to reach it. The aged poor staggering with little more than the clothes on their back. The only one left in the village is Grandma Koto. As a mercenary, Kaim first met old Koto shortly after he joined the unit protecting the village. He was on an inspection round at the time when he spotted an old woman working in the fields. She turned out to be Grandma Koto. A soldier with him yelled at her, "Hey, old lady, enough of that!" Another man shouted, "You better get out of here now if you want to stay alive. The fight's going to start in 2 or 3 days. How many times do we have to tell you to go to the damn refugee camp?" But old Koto stayed hunched over, digging in the dirt. Obviously, she was not harvesting anything. If this had been a time when the grain had ripened and she was hurrying to harvest her crops, it might have made sense. But she was just turning the soil as if she had forgotten that a battle was about to start here any moment. Is the old bag deaf or just senile? With a disgusted look, the captain called over to Kaim. "Hey, new guy, do something about this one. Drag her to the refugee camp if you have to tie a rope around her neck. We can't have her wandering around here. She's just going to get in the way when the fighting starts." The captain's tone was arrogant. The more cowardly a commanding officer is, the more arrogant and overbearing his style becomes, unless he is able to conceal his nervousness when a battle is nearing. Kaim strode silently toward the old woman in the field. "We'll go on ahead," the captain called out behind him, but he did not turn around. Only a few days would be needed to decide the outcome of the battle for the village, which is a reflection of how violent it promised to be. For this reason, work in the field now was pointless. Even the most carefully cultivated patch of ground would be crushed under the soldiers' boots. A harvest next year was out of the question, nor was it even clear how many years it would take to restore the village to its former tranquility. When Kaim approached her in the field, the old woman kept working and said, "Don't try to stop me." She looked and sounded much tougher than she had seemed from a distance. She might have been one of those stubborn, cranky old folks people kept their distance from when the village was at peace. "You're not going to evacuate?" Kaim asked. "What the hell for?" she spat out. "They've built a camp you can go to." Old Koto gave one snort and said to Kaim, "You're a new one. I've never seen you before. Yes. So you don't even know what the camp's like. These soldiers have nothing to worry about. What do you mean? Old Koto said nothing but pointed toward the steep mountain standing like a painted screen on the west side of the village. Kaim asked, "Is that where the camp is?" "Hell no. You have to cross that mountain and another one to get to it. Nobody my age can walk that far. What's the point of building a camp in a place like that? How many old folks do you think are going to make it over there? You might as well leave us out in the hills to die like in the old days." Kaim was at a loss for an answer. Continuing her digging, the old woman grumbled, "That's how the government does everything." She was clearly angry, perhaps less angry than sad. "You're on an inspection tour, right? Well, don't let me stop you." "No, you see. You're not going to get me to go to any damn refugee camp. That's all there is to it. I'm not going anywhere. This is the village I was born in, and I've lived here all my life." "I know how you feel, but this place is going to be a battlefield soon." "I know that. So then, so what?" Kaim was at a loss for words again. When she saw that, she smiled and said, "You're a sweet young man, kind of unusual in a soldier." Her expression had softened for the first time. Once she stopped being so prickly, the smile she produced was actually rather endearing. "When this place turns into a battlefield, people will die. Lots of them." Not sure who's saying this part. I think it's her. "I know that much. Don't worry. But I have work to do, soldier boy. Telling me to leave my work and run away is like telling me to die. Well, if I'm going to die anyway, it won't be long now. I want you to let me do what I want to do. You shouldn't have a problem with that." Kaim fell silent. Not because he was at a loss for words yet again, but because he believed she was right. "I'm going to die anyway," she'd said. Knowing that he would never be able to speak such words, he had no choice but to bow silently to her will. "All right then, run along there, Sonny. I've got work to do." "What are you doing now?" "See for yourself." "Sorry, but I don't know much about farm work." "Like all the other soldiers," old Koto said with a smile. "The only thing you people ever think about is killing enemies. You don't know anything about nurturing life." She let a hint of sorrow show again. Perhaps somewhat taken with Kaim, however, she favored him with an explanation. "I'm planting seeds," she said. Grains of wheat. You sow them in the fall, and they mature over winter, shoot up under the spring sun, and turn the fields golden in summer. I always do my planting when the northern mountain peak turns white, every year. This year's not going to be any different. With the seeds mature in the trampled fields, Kaim had his doubts. Grandma Koto, however, displayed not the least anxiety or resignation as she scattered seeds in the newly turned soil. Her hands performed the age-old ritual with ease and naturalness, as if to impress upon Kaim the fact that whatever she was doing this year was nothing more nor less than what she had done every year before. As a result, Kaim's next words emerged with a smoothness that he himself found somewhat surprising. "What if the seeds don't grow?" "Then I'll just do it again next year. And if next year's bad, I'll do it again the year after. You have to plant the seeds. That's how I've lived my life. If you don't plant, nothing will grow. See what I mean?" "I think so." "Whether there's a fight or not, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to do what I have to do, that's all." She spoke with certainty, her wrinkled face softening into a smile as she added, "You can't even enjoy a meal if you know you haven't done things right." "You're saying that this is what gives your life meaning?" This was a question to which Kaim had long searched for an answer. But what purpose had he been born into this world? What was he supposed to accomplish here? He had continued to roam through his life's endless journey without knowing the answers to these questions. Indeed, because he didn't know the answers. "Hey, Irby, how you doing?" "I don't know about thief stuff like that," Grandma Koto said shyly. "I just mill the wheat I've harvested and bake bread in the fall. That bread is really special. Nothing tastes as good as the first bread you make with the wheat you grew that year. That's what my grandson looks forward to every year. I can't just decide to take a year off now, can I?" I see what you mean. Oh, you don't, she declared. You're nothing but a damn soldier. Her face had turned hard again. There were no more smiles from her that day. When Kime returned to the barracks, a soldier who had been stationed in the village for 6 months or more said to him, "That old bag hates our guts. Because we've ruined the village? That's part of it, I suppose, but it's got deeper roots than that for her." Grandma Koto had lost her entire family to war. First, her husband died in the war 40 years earlier. Then her son and his wife in the war 20 years earlier. And now the one grandson they had left was taken to fight in the current war. "What's his unit?" Kime asked the soldier. The man gave a helpless shrug and named a unit that had been sent to an area with the most intense fighting. "Talk about bad luck. Fighting so bad out there, if it was me, I'd take my chances on being executed for deserting under fire. He's got maybe a 50-50 chance of coming back alive. Nah, maybe 30-70. If her grandson were to be killed, Grandma Koto would be all alone in the world. She would have no one to feed her bread to." "Must be tough to be left alone at that age," the soldier said. "At old Koto, I can't help thinking of my mother back home. There's no way I can let myself get killed. She'd never stop crying. Same for you too, eh, Kime?" Kime said nothing in reply. He had no right to put himself in the same category as this soldier. Battle started 3 days later. The enemy army's attack was fiercer than expected. The defense forces had no choice but to put up everything they had into the fight. Kime slipped away from the battlefront and headed for Grandma Koto's house. He found her leaving for the fields as always. She gave no sound. She was afraid of the fighting. People who know exactly what they must do and who refuse to be distracted by anything else can be strong beyond all reason. Kime saw now that there could be far greater strength in a finite life than in that one that lasted forever. Because he sensed this so deeply, he stood before her, blocking her way. He lifted the tiny old woman in his arms and carried her bodily back to her house. "What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm not going to follow some soldier's orders. I have work to do." "Yes, I know that," Kime said. "But put me down now." "I don't want to let you die." Holding her against his chest, he looked her in the eye and pleaded with her. "I want you to bake bread next autumn again from a new crop of wheat." She stopped flailing her arms and legs in vain attempt to get free of his grip. She looked straight back at him as he said, "As long as you have someone to feed your freshly baked bread to, I want you to keep baking bread year after year." Old Koto heaved a huge sigh and muttered, smiling, "I knew you were a very strange soldier." Battle raged on for several days. The arrogant, cowardly captain died in the fighting. The soldier who had told Kang the story of Grandma Koto also died. Countless defense troops died, and countless enemy troops died. The village was consumed in the flames of war, and old Koto's field was ravaged under the heels of the military. Kime's side managed to stave off the attackers, then followed the retreating enemy to the north. All that remained in their wake was the empty, devastated village. The war ended as spring was giving way to summer. At the cost of massive casualties, the army repulsed the enemy's invasion. The village began to recover little by little. As Grandma Koto had predicted, not one old person who crossed the mountains to the refugee camp came back alive. Autumn, and Kime has come back to the village. He feels warm in the chest when he looks across the fields and spots old Koto sowing wheat. So, she's doing it again this year, and next year, and the year after that, for as long as she is alive. She notices Kime and crosses towards him with a welcoming smile. A year has passed. She seems to have shrunk somewhat with a year's worth of aging. "Haven't seen you for a while," she says. "So they didn't kill you." "Glad to see you looking well, too." "I heard you stayed near my house during the fight, and single-handedly fought to keep the enemy troops away from it." Kime gives her a shy smile. "How was your wheat?" he asks. "All ruined, of course. Worst crop I've ever had. Few scrawny stalks. Barely enough for one loaf." She tells him all this with surprising ease. Then she fixes her eye on him and asks, "Have some?" "What?" "Bread, of course. I'll bake a loaf now if you'll help me eat it." "Well, sure, but..." Grandma Koto sees through Kaim's hesitancy and says with a calm smile, "Yes, he's dead, my grandson. I got word at the end of the summer. I was waiting and hoping, planning to bake him a loaf of bread as soon as he got home." When she sees Kaim hanging his head in silence, she adopts a spirited tone as if she has to be the one to cheer him up. "Come on then, you eat what he would have had. It'll probably be tougher than usual, what with the wheat harvest being so bad. But I'm sure my grandson would be happy to know I fed my bread to the man who saved my life." So this old woman has lost her entire family to war. In other words, there is no one left to enjoy her bread. Still, she urges Kaim to wait just a minute while I finish this up, sowing the wheat for next year's harvest. She does it because that is what she has always done, because it's what she is supposed to do. Kaim stops himself from speaking the words, "Let me help," and he stands staring at old Koto's bent back. In the glow of the setting autumn sun, she is sadly small and sadly beautiful. Kaim eats the fresh-baked bread. Old Koto was right. Made from wheat grown without its full measure of care, the bread is hard and dry and poor in taste. Still, of all the bread Kaim has eaten, and will go on to eat, in his long, long life, this is by far the most delicious. All of his memories are just trauma. I think there's been maybe like one memory so far that had kind of a happy ending. There is a couple more things I can get in here, but they're involving a mini game that does not sound fun. Apparently talking to the innkeeper is supposed to give us another treasure hunt clue. I thought the bartender was the innkeeper, though. So, this is the home of the old sorceress? Gives me the creeps. It's so strange, I can feel an intense magic energy. It's covering the entire mansion. That means the old sorceress is here, right? In any case, we gotta find that woman. I'm scared. Don't be such a scaredy cat, Mac. What's so scary? This is the house where Mom used to live with Kym and everyone. I know. Someone else is living here now. Well, yeah, but... Look, let's just be careful, okay? We don't have any idea what we'll find inside. So is this the, haunted house portion of the story? Yep. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Whoa! Did you just see that? Oh dear. What the hell is that? Thus all that lives does flow, thus do they fade away.
What's that? They look like pieces of a poem.
The sorceress did this. She made a mess of everything. Let's get rid of her for good.
It went into the mirror. Warmth brings no solace. I can't read any more of this. It's all falling apart. Get to that chest. Bit dirty, but it's just a regular mirror, isn't it? But I swear something went in there just now. Seems like something was broken off from the frame, right there. I think I remember a jewel of some kind fitted in there as a decoration.
Let's take him now.
Yeah, I did. Finished it all yesterday. So, I want to say, like, just slightly over 4 hours to finish the whole game. don't remember. I definitely didn't pay full price for it. I know I picked it up on a Steam sale. So I'm thinking maybe in the single digits. Yeah, and it was pretty much a straight like 4 hours of content, because I think it was like the last 2 bosses were the only ones that I had to take more than 2 tries on. And even then, the attempts at like the last boss were pretty quick. No. No, it was not. That was actually one of my complaints. The ending feels like you got a bad ending, but I looked it up and there doesn't seem to be multiple endings to the game. And I guess that's what it was like the ending very much felt like you didn't actually accomplish anything. So she's got 100 to her next level. So I need to see if they're actually getting XP when they're not in the party.
It's tough being so popular.
Damn it. Oh, this is one of those games where they don't get any XP unless they're in the battle party. That sucks. What's this? Some kind of gem? Hey, wouldn't that be part of the weird mirror?
Looks like we have to fight. your guard down, eh?
What status effect is that? Oh, that's terror. Have anything to do petrifying? Oh right, I didn't actually buy all the items from town. I was going to, and then I decided to go for equipment first, and then I never went back to buy all the other ones. Damn it.
did you expect?
That gem was part of this mirror. Let's try putting it back. Ah, up there, what's that light? This mirror looks kind of different from before somehow. You're right, I feel magic power beyond the mirror. It's as if there's another world inside of it. Other side of the mirror. Hey, should we try going in? Sounds exciting. Ah, this is the side of the mirror with the housekeeper. Well, this is nicer than I expected. It looks like the same room as before, but it almost seems like somebody was living here until just a moment ago. It's as if the clock's been turned back for this room alone. I wonder if this is some kind of past world, created with the mind of the sorceress. It means that we stumbled into it when we went through the mirror. What is it? The mirror. The light from the mirror is gone. Are you serious? That means we can't go back. Now what are we gonna do? Calm down, you guys, especially you, Jansen. Sorceress shows up at the village every once in a while, doesn't she? So there must be some way back to the regular world. Surely we can find it somewhere in this mansion.
Out of my way.
This is not working out well. Move this. There it is again. It went into the mirror. Maybe it's trying to guide us somewhere. These doors I cannot open. Or at least not that first one.
Let's take him now.
So even just with the magic killer ring, nothing. Are they only hit by magic?
to lose.
Another corridor? Sheesh, it's getting me all worked up over nothing. We've probably gone to the other side. The windows and doors are all on the opposite side from before. It's all been well maintained. The mansion couldn't be very old in this world. Look, the mirror. Some kind of strange light is coming out from the top. So this mirror's been the way back to the regular world all this time. It's sitting right at the opposite side of that first mirror. Huh? Is this supposed to be a clock? It just has strange symbols all over it and no numbers at all. I think we can move the clock hand.
got a good chance.
I think I might actually have to leave and come back just because my guys are all running on empty. All these enemies have too many immunities. Definitely have to make sure to stock up on any mana replenishment items they're selling. Oh, goddamn. I'm back to the same place, didn't I? that I missed before. I think that's the one with the... basically the mini game where I have to go around praying to all the statues in town. FAQ says something about talking to the innkeeper and he'll give you a hint for a treasure. They just... because I talked to everybody in there. Even if they mistakenly labeled the wrong person as the innkeeper. Yeah, because it says that I'm supposed to get a tip from the innkeeper. I talked to him, he's not giving me any tips. I don't know what the hell I have to do to get him to, but right at the entrance to the mansion, there's supposed to be a treasure for me to find so that I can get the virus spell. I've talked to him, and I've literally talked to everybody else in the village, too. You know, this is a garden, all right, but the circular thing on the ground and that fountain, something fishy about all of it. I bet something's supposed to go in the round holes.
Not too smart, eh?
Damn, she's got she's got so much stuff she needs to learn. Know what order they go in yet? Okay, so first level heal heals like 100. Or like close to 200 with her passive. And level 2 heal heals like 1200. Why is that level 1 heal so shitty? Like, it wasn't even adequate for the first boss. Nestled within the sadness. It's all I can read. The rest is too blurred to make out. Okay.
Looks like we have to fight.
Wait, he learned level 4 magic and doesn't have any of it? He doesn't even get one spell of it? Maybe now, though, maybe Virus was supposed to be a level 4 magic, and he wouldn't give me the tip for it, because I didn't have anybody that could use it. Maybe I should go back now and see if now he'll give me the tip for the treasure. go see if now that we have level 4 black magic, see if now he'll actually give us the hint to find that virus spell. I'm thinking maybe that's what it was, is that it's a level 4 spell and they won't let you find it until you can actually use it. Which also leads me to believe that I might have let myself get under-leveled for what the game is expecting you to be. No? Well, it was worth a shot, but still no one telling me where to find that thing. I don't know what the trigger would be to get them to tell me. Okay, so it looks like the next thing we're supposed to do is mess with the clock hands in the, like, past version of the mansion, which means I gotta get back to there. Which I figured was probably what I was gonna have to do, but I didn't know which one to use. Look, the door. It must have been some kind of mechanism. What does a red copper band do? Level 3 spirit magic. I think almost everybody already has. I'm starting to get the feeling that this is going to be like a Honey, I'm Home type of moment. We're going to find out that the old sorceress is actually Sarah. It's just going to be like, you know, Honey, I'm home. Seth learned taunt, and Ming learned relax. Right, I need to go through the mirror in the right side to go back. And supposedly that chest in the left room is supposed to be available now. And it is not. I'm supposed to do something with that stupid statue. I tried to see if I could move it. Oh, never mind. Again, you can only move it from one direction. Because I was pretty sure I went around it to check see if I could interact with it, and I couldn't, but there's literally only one direction you can touch it from.
Okay.
Oh shit, I need to go and break. I'll do it after this fight. Kind of. We faked like we were kidnapping her, but she willingly came along. And now we're in a third country that is not part of the two countries that are trying to go to war with each other. Hey, Wadon, how you doing? Right now we're in a kind of haunted house that basically just a giant pain in the ass. Mostly because there's like like every time you go from one room to like the past and the present and all this other crap in here, it's just like it's all loading screens. Yep, I do need to do that. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna go on my break. I'll be back in 5, and hopefully moving that statue will get us to that last chest, and I think then we just have to put the plates in order and we can continue. So, yeah, I'll be back in 5. back. Okay, so now I just need to place them all. Gold plate on the left. Beat plate on the right. Now that the Resident Evil puzzle has been solved... Actually, wait, I think I saw something shining out there. Go pick up. I will be back. Hey, that one was left by Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's kind of hard to read. I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. I wonder why.
Don't let him get away!
goddess medicine. That sounds like it'll be pretty good. Got the lost spell. I feel like maybe there was a switch over here that I missed. I am one in search of solitude. Why have you invaded my hermitage? If you have nothing to ask, then you should leave immediately. When you may see my door with your eyes, my quest for solitude ensures it will remain untouched. However, if you still insist on meeting me, you will find the key at your feet. Follow the symbols of light and proceed with order. What the heck? I don't get a single word of that. Where's the old sorceress, anyway? Beyond that door, I think. Empty stone tablet says we're not allowed to touch it. It says the key is at our feet. Come to think of it, doesn't this design of the floor resemble the giant clock? Maybe the two are related. Yes, and there was a similar pattern on the floor in the other room as well. Let's try looking into this. By hook or by crook, we've got to see the old sorceress. Okay. I can't interact with it. This light's got something to do with it, I'm sure of it. Yes, I feel faint magical vibrations in the air, too. So I have to find the ones that are lit up. That's not it.
Just a moment. The magic energy is strongest here, on the other side of this door. She's here.
I feel it too. Come on.
Come on, say it. Just be like, honey, I'm home.
I have a favor to ask of you.
Oh, son.
What?
So.
Okay, maybe not. I was thinking the old sorceress was gonna end up being Sarah, but I guess not.
What magic energy is this?
You mean you don't know? Hello, here it comes!
What's she doing?
She's attacking herself. Why is she doing this?
She's crazy, that's why. Hey, if she wants to rest, let her.
No. She'll die if she continues. If she dies, who will break the seal of the Black Cave?
Oh, right, yeah, good point.
Stop her!
Oh, me? How about that?
You heard me!
No, I didn't.
You heard me? No, I didn't. I feel like Jansen is probably one of the better, like, smart-ass characters that I've seen in a game. Okay, so I guess the question is, I'm not gonna look it up, I'm gonna test it out. Are these things immune to physical attacks? Okay, so wind is good against, I think, earth. Fire beats wind. Water beats fire. Earth beats water. So yeah, I guess wind beats earth. Oh, son of a bitch.
Here.
So I can't even count on them being the same element by the time I attack. Poison? I thought I put ground.
What?
So it was her.
Sarah?
This is our grandma? Our grandma?
Sarah.
She's mad at you, boy.
She's mad at you, boy.
It's me, Kime. Don't you remember?
I couldn't save her.
She's punishing herself because she's convinced she killed Lirum. She's put up a strong barrier around herself. We need to do much more to save her.
What do I do? How do I save her?
When you lock yourself away in a mansion, but you still can't escape the school talent show.
But there will come a day that our light will shine. From the darkness and sorrow that we knew, there will be a light that reaches us inside. To a new world full of love that sees us through. I know it, I feel it, you're heading straight home back to me now. I know it, I feel it, you're heading straight home back to me now.
Sarah!
Sarah, it's me, Kaim. Wake up.
Kaim.
Yes, it's me.
I think she's going to be all right now. I don't sense any pain or fear in her magic energy.
That's good, right? She's back to herself again.
Loved you once. And I still love you.
You remember?
No, my memories are gone. But you, I know you're my husband. I know what we left behind in this house. A journal I kept. I know you are Kaim. The only man I've ever loved. I've been waiting for you.
That wasn't in Gongora's plans.
What was it?
Record keeping. Even though Gongora erased her memory, Sarah was driven back here by the longing in her heart and returned to her home. The home spirit called to her.
I could live here.
The journals she left behind provided a record of her 1,000 years of living.
Nice.
Welcome home, Kaim.
I remember you. I remember how
Yep,
much
Gongora's
I loved
plan was foiled by a journal.
Part of me knew that I loved someone with all of my heart, even though I had no memory of just who it was. That And the feeling that I'd lost someone
His
precious
wife is
to me.
immortal, yeah.
That would be Liram.
Liram. Our daughter.
Liram is no longer with us.
She was our mother. Our mother was always singing us that lullaby. And so we sang it for you, Grandma. I'm Cook. I'm Mac.
Nice to meet you. Cook? Mac? My journey
I
kept me living in
think,
the
I'm not
past.
sure if I misremembered it, but I
My
think
life
they
is full
said there were
once again.
5 immortals. In which case
Our
we
daughter
met
has
all of
given
them,
us these
because we have
beautiful
4 of them in the
grandchildren.
party, and then Gongora would be the
Everything
last one,
happens from
who was the
now
one who
on
fucked them all over and took their
will make
memories.
new memories to live in my heart. Don't you think that's wonderful? Being surrounded by these mementos is what helped me wait for you.
Nice picture. Click. Oh, yeah. What a woman. Mm-mm. Fine, fine.
I guess we're done here. He really does. That's what I was saying before. I think he's probably one of the best written smartass characters. Like, I still like that one line before that boss fight where it's like, we have to destroy them before they kill her. It's like, you heard me. No, I didn't. But they're all level 75. Or 25. How behind on skills is she?
Sarah, we need to get to the Goatson capital. We'd like you to unseal the Black Cave.
That seal was set to prevent an invasion by Goatsa, so that Tosca wouldn't be caught up in a war.
Yeah, but just, your head was screwed on wrong then.
Even with your memory gone, You acted to protect others.
The longer we leave Gongora to his own devices, the more children like ours will come to harm. Help us, Sarah.
Come.
I'll let them hit level 26 first before I make room for Sarah.
Oh, don't worry. Nothing will happen. It's okay.
What is this? Goats and soldiers?
Were they coming to recruit men from the village?
I imagine so. Huh?
Hey, wait a minute. I thought you said the cave critters would leave us alone if we didn't bug them. Liar.
That's what they were supposed to do.
Something's not right here. I sense something. Something terribly ominous.
Stay alert.
Looks like we got a good chance.
Aerial, wind. I saw that they were wind element, And I put wind element on me. It's got stuck in my head. Okay, wind is weak to fire. Hey, Kazzy, how you going? How you doing? I think I've only got one firepower.
Alright, who said they wouldn't attack? Because it wasn't me!
Some mysterious power was driving them, making them attack us. Didn't you feel it? But why?
It must be magic energy.
You mean Gongora?
Not necessarily. Couldn't it be that this world's natural magic energy is having some kind of effect?
Alright, let's get Sarah in here. Who do I take out? She's already got white and black magic at level 4, so I think that... Yeah, I guess I should replace Jansen with her. Because she could probably learn more from Cook than from Jansen. Do I have an anti-seal yet? What's that? Last thing this dead soldier wrote, it appears. Didn't seem to be that dark in here.
We've taken the advantage!
Damn, Seth only survived with 2 HP. This might be bad. probably take Ming out and put Mac in. I feel like those things should be used for something.
Not too smart, eh?
Okay, so these guys are in the front. Well, shit.
Thanks.
Well, it's mostly that I had a lot of people low and I forgot to heal before I got into this fight.
That was a close one.
Okay, that thing in the back is a new one. Spirit magic, element none. Whatever that was supposed to do, it didn't work.
Waste of time.
You know, I still haven't checked to see what goddess medicine does, and I've got 2 of them. Mythical medicine that revives a KO'd ally and fully restores HP. Okay, so it's a full revive. Trauma time. It's time for trauma. How depressing is this one gonna be? Tragedy of the Butcher General. Everyone knows this general is the Butcher. He is strong in battle, a skilled tactician. He has mastered the techniques of turning the specifics of topography and timing to his advantage, and he is outstanding above all in the skills of an individual warrior. Victory on the battlefield, however, does not lead straight to butchery. Many generals have been nicknamed for their military prowess. The victorious, the indomitable, the invincible, but only one is known as the Butcher. You know why that is, Kine? The general himself asks as he gloats over the vast mountain of corpses. Kine does not reply. He entered the fray as a mercenary, but his exploits far outclass those of the regular troops. For the general to call a man into his presence and speak to him face to face is apparently an honor beyond even most officers' wildest dreams. Not just from winning battles, the general goes on. That would be too simple. Just kill the enemy general. Take the big one's head and the battle's over, right? Khan nods in silence. That is how this battle should have ended instead of continuing for 3 days. The enemy general proposed a surrender on the first day. He offered his head in exchange for the lives of his men and the villagers. But the Butcher rejected the offer and continued his all-out attack on an enemy that had lost the will to fight, annihilating them in the process. The last day was used to burn down the forest into which the unresisting villagers had fled. Real battle doesn't end when you raise a victory song on the battlefield. If even one person survives, the seed of hatred lives on. Talking about the desire for revenge. Nothing good can come from leaving that behind. You must cut the cause of future troubles at the root. This is why the troops under the general's command killed the young men of the village after they were through exterminating the enemy troops. They also killed the unarmed old people. They killed mothers fleeing with children in their arms. They killed the children they stripped from those mothers' corpses. Do you think me cruel, Kime? I do, Kime answered, nodding. The officers gathered around them went pale, but the Butcher himself smiled magnanimously and went on. You didn't do any of those things, I gather. My job is to kill soldiers on the battlefield. My contract doesn't call for anything else. And I'm saying that is a foolish line of thinking. The soldiers you killed have brothers and children. Do you plan to go on living in fear of their revenge? That is sheer stupidity. If you wipe out the entire family, you can live without such worries, you see. The general laughs uproariously, and the surrounding officers all smile in response. Kime, however, his expression unchanged, starts to walk away. Where are you going, Kime? We're through talking, aren't we? My contract is ended. Never mind that, just wait. When the general says this, several soldiers stand to block Kime's way. Listen, Kime, I've had reports of your performance from the front lines. What do you say to fighting under me from now on? You can exploit your martial talents to the full. I'm not interested. What's that? I will never draw my sword on an unarmed opponent. The butcher is momentarily taken aback, the shock written clearly on his face. You still don't understand, do you? You should try reading a little history. You'll find that hatred only breeds more hatred. That is what inevitably brings down even the most prosperous nations and powers, which is why I make absolutely sure to sever it at the root. If you ask me, General, war and butchery are two different things. What are you? The same goes for valor and brutality. You, a lowly mercenary, dare to lecture me. Let me tell you about something about hatred too, General. It doesn't evaporate from cutting off a life. It remains, in the earth, in the clouds, in the wind. I have lived my life in that belief, and I intend to go on doing so. You stupid. Butchery is the work of cowards, that is what I believe. Where do you get the nerve? The general glares at Kime. His men draw their swords. At that very moment, from within the scorched forest come the cries of soldiers. Here are some 5 of them still left. No, 6. Over there. They went that way. Distracted by the shouts, the general commands his men. Hurry, capture them. Don't let even one of them get away. Hurry, hurry. You can't let them escape. The men blocking Kime begin to fidget, and none of them thinks to stop him as he calmly walks away. You hear me? You must not let them escape. If even one of them gets away, I'll have your heads, all of you. The general's calls are clearly those of a coward. The butcher presided over many battles after that. He burned countless villages to the ground, butchering all of their inhabitants. Then, one night, something happened. The general felt a strange, itching sensation on the back of his hand. It was different from an ordinary insect bite or skin eruption. It was deeper down and felt like a kind of squirming. This is odd. He clawed at his skin, but the itch would not subside. It was very strange. There was no redness or swelling or sign of a rash. Maybe I touched a poisonous moth. The general had burnt yet another village to the ground that day. Surrounded by a beautiful countryside, the village in times of peace had been extolled as the flowering hamlet. In keeping with the name, the villagers poured their energies into cultivating flowers of many hues, and the ones in full bloom in this particular season had the color of the setting sun. Indeed, the entire village looked as if it had been dyed the color of a beautiful afterglow. This was a village that the general burned down in flames far redder than any sunset. The villagers who ran in circles begging for their lives he killed one at a time. Far redder than the sunset, far redder than the flames was the blood that soaked into the earth. This is how it always is. I didn't do anything special today. Shaking the hand that refused to stop itching, the general took a swallow of liquor, and in that moment it happened. Tearing through the thin skin of the back of his hand, a number of small grain-like things emerged from within. No blood flowed, no pain accompanied them. Exactly the way plants sprout from the earth. No, the things that covered over the back of his hand before his very eyes were unmistakably plant sprouts. Horrified, the general took a razor to the back of his hand and tried to shave the things off. When the blade came in contact with them, however, they gave off sounds like human moans. Sounds exactly like the moans of a human being dying in agony as his entire body is slashed by swords. Or like the moans of a person who is being burned alive. Shut up, damn you! Shut up, you hellish! Holding the razor in one hand to shave the other, he could not cover his ears. His body was soaked in a greasy sweat by the time he succeeded in shaving the horrible things from the back of his hand. To salve his own anger, he shouted for the men who were supposed to be guarding him. Where the hell have you been, sir? You should have come running when you heard unusual voices coming from my tent. That is your job as my guards. The guards gave each other puzzled looks, and the first replied hesitantly to the general. Forgive me, sir. We were standing just outside the entrance, but we never heard any such... The general glared at his guards, enraged, but after struggling to keep his welling anger in check, he shouted, Never mind then, get out. He was too upset to waste time on subordinates. Almost immediately, the itching attacked the back of his hand again, but this time it was not limited to his hand. His flanks, his shoulders, his buttocks, behind his knees, his whole body started to itch. Alone again, the general tore off his nightclothes, inspected his body in the moonlight seeping through the roof of the tent. The things were sprouting from everywhere now, and some even had leaves beginning to grow on them. The general raised a soundless scream and began wildly attacking the growths wherever he could reach them. Each one he cut from his body released a horrible moan. Horrible, horrible, horrible. His bedsheets turned green before his eyes, and soon the numberless sprouts were transformed into numberless human corpses. They covered not only his bed, but the whole earth, before they melted into the darkness of night and vanished. One sleepless night followed another in endless succession. The horrible things kept sprouting from his skin however much he cut them off. Ointments had no effect. He tried taking every poison-quelling tablet he could get his hands on, but nothing worked. He could not speak of this to his subordinates. If a rumor spread that strange plants were sprouting from the butcher's body, it would embolden his enemies and discourage his allies. One of his subordinates might even try to take his head at night. His cowardice had earned him the name of the Butcher, and that same cowardice was what turned the general into a lonely, isolated man. He had no one he could tell about this. Each night the general would wage his lonely battle, though perhaps it could not be called a battle precisely. The things merely sprouted from his body and put up no resistance. When he took the razor to them, they would simply moan and fall away. What the general was engaged in on his own was less a battle and more a lonely butchery. Several more nights went by. The sprouting continued with undiminished force. The single fortunate aspect, perhaps, was that the things only sprouted in places on his body where the general could reach with his razor. This could as well have been a curse, however. The general had no choice but to go on shaving the things precisely because he could reach them. Precisely because he was able to perform the butchery by himself, he could not call for help. His lonely butchery continued. His sleepless nights continued. The general's flesh wasted away. Why is this happening? The general asked himself. Why did this have to happen to me? This is a time of war. I am here on the battlefield. I have to kill the enemy in order to survive. In order to give myself future peace of mind, I have to kill them all, both armed and unarmed. It is simple common sense, the general all but spit out the words. All I have done is a sensible thing in the most sensible way. This night again, the sprouts emerged from his body. This night again, the general had to shave them off. Again the countless moans. Again the countless bodies. Again he heard the cock crow to announce the end of the night. Again the general passed the night without the comfort of sleep. The general's body, once superbly conditioned on the battlefield, withered away before his own eyes. But more than his body, his mind became unstable. He spent his days sprawled on his bed. Eyes open or closed, he would see images of his past scenes of butchery. Now he began to recall the words of a skilled but insolent mercenary. Hatred doesn't evaporate from cutting off a life. It remains, in the earth, in the clouds, in the wind. The general wanted to see that man again, to see him and ask him again, have I been wrong all these years? The man himself, a man of few words, would probably not answer his question. Still, the general wanted to see him again, that mercenary, that kind fellow. The sun went down, the night gradually deepened. As always, the itching started and the plants began to sprout. But the general, grasping the razor in fingers that now looked like withered branches, no longer had the strength to shave them off. His back began to itch. This was the first time the things had sprouted someplace beyond his reach, as if they had been waiting for this opportune moment. Sprawled on his bed, the general let the razor drop from his hand. Enough. I don't care anymore. Sprouts kept growing, creeping over him. Before long, they had covered him completely. At that point, his back split open and an unusually large sprout emerged. By dawn, the sprout had fully matured, and before the cock crowed, it produced a single blossom the color of an evening afterglow. Many long years have passed. Visiting the old battlefield, Kyne finds a flower garden there. Blooming in profusion are flowers of clearly different shape and color than the ones along its border. Beside the garden stands a stone monument inscribed with the garden's history. In this place, a great general met his end. He was known as the Butcher. He died suddenly one night, and from his body grew many flowering plants. These were evening flowers, a blossom unique to a village the general had burnt to the ground. Ancient legend tells us that the seeds of the evening flower lodge in the bodies of those who nourish hatred in their breasts. Roots of the plant feed the flowers with the person's flesh. Garden's flowers, the color of the setting sun, sway in a gentle breeze. Kyne stands there for a time, gazing at the countless flowers given birth by hatred, before walking on in silence. It is said that in the very center of the garden lies a disintegrating suit of armor, but no one has ever found it. So he's essentially, I don't think it has much to do with, the fact that he nourished hatred, but I'm pretty sure there definitely are plants that will grow and eat you alive. Funguses, I think, mostly. I said probably had nothing to do with the fact that he was such a piece of shit, other than the fact that he probably burned the town and spread the spores or the pollen or whatever in the smoke and got it on him. Maybe the fact that his body didn't have the defense to fight it off was the karma part.
time.
That's where it came from. Check down there. That thing, it's all lit up. Oh, that's a firefly. Those are pretty rare. It's a kind of insect that lights up in the dark. If you're gentle to them, they can be used as a light. Yeah, I'm not too sure about this. Oh, stop being such a wimp. Here, put one on your shoulder, see? It'll stay there. With a cave like this, you never know when the pitfalls might be. It could be pretty dangerous, so we need to protect our light sources. That's actually a pretty big firefly. A lot of learning there.
Let's take him now.
Come on, Kine. You missed twice. I don't know. Seems like a flawed strategy.
You see what I did?
Why can I not get across here? Bunch of dead ends with nothing in them. That looks like a boss fight. Something. Let's see what this over here is.
Oh no! Look out!
I get Ming and Jansen back here. It seems like once they hit level 28, the XP drops to nothing. Actually, since Seth doesn't really have anything to learn anymore, at least until the other two get up to 28. Yeah, it's basically it's like a set 100 XP points to go to every level. Like, I was kind of disappointed that people that aren't in the battle party don't get any XP, but then I also realized that it's more of like a Suikoden style level system where you gain levels super quick until you get to the level of enemies in the area, and then you get nothing. The only thing that you're really grinding for is SP on your immortals so they can learn skills. Can't go that way.
We've taken the advantage!
It appears I've still got a lot to learn.
Yeah, because like Kine at level 28 is only getting like 3 XP per battle, whereas Jansen got 54 at level 26. How much longer is this dungeon? Quite a bit. Yeah, it's already time for me to quit. I'm gonna make my way out of here and go save in town. I think I'm only like halfway through this dungeon.
Let your guard down, eh? Forgive me.
Alright, so this is where we're gonna be stopping. I'll finish this dungeon tomorrow and keep going from there, but it's already like 12 past normal quitting time. And I basically, just looking at the text in the walkthrough for this section, I'm about halfway through it, so I figure I'm about halfway through the dungeon. Unless there's just something they, like some mechanic in there that they really needed to explain. It's looking like it would have been probably another hour if I didn't stop here. But yeah, the game, I mean, not that any of the characters are bad, just a lot of them, with the exception of maybe Seth. Seth is kind of playful, but the kids are kids, but the other adults are kind of, you know, soft-spoken, basically meaning Kai, Ming, and now even Sarah looking that way. So, yeah, like Ragnar said earlier, Jansen really is carrying this game in the character department. Which is, I mean, he's able to do it, though. He's actually a very well-written, you know, con artist / smartass type character. Like, he always has something to say, and it always does feel like he's trying to think of something quick on his feet rather than it being scripted or anything else. It does feel like he's pulling shit out of his ass, like he actually is. But anyway, I guess let me go ahead and give call-outs who was here today in stream, since I'm already going over. Kazunone, Wabon, Ragna, Nami, Herbie. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. We'll be continuing this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. So we'll be finishing out this dungeon and seeing what's coming next. I'm curious as to how close we are to, like, how far are we in Disc 2? It took me right around 3 days of stream to get through Disc 1. So I'm wondering, it was like 3 days of stream, and then like another 20 minutes on the 4th day when I finished Disc 1. So I'm wondering if it's going to be like about average 3 days of stream per disc, or if some of them are longer than others. But anyway, as I said, we'll be continuing this tomorrow and for the rest of the week. So, as for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Guess let's go ahead and raid Curse Boops, who's currently playing Horizon Zero Dawn. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi, hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!